Spoštovani gostje, spoštovani prijatelji, dragi kolegi, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, distinguished speakers, dear students, of course, dragi in spoštovani študentje. I am delighted to warmly greet you today on behalf of Faculty of Design on the occasion of the celebration of the new European Bauhaus Day. So today it is going to be a great day, and we are going to be a part of it. The new European Bauhaus is a creative and interdisciplinary initiative concerning our future in many ways. And Faculty of Design is proud to be among a few NEB, New European Bauhaus, partners from Slovenia. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our opening speech today, which will be delivered by the Acting Dean of Faculty of Design, Profesorica Nada Matičić. Dobrodošli, lepo pozdravljeni. I would like to ask you for the opening speech.
Thank you very much to Dr. Blažka Miller for wonderful words. Spoštovani študentke, študenti, vsi, ki ste na online in vsi, ki ste tukaj. Dear Erasmus students, you are every day here. Thank you very much, wonderful. I would like to welcome all our honorable guests and our foreign guests, which are our visiting professors and experts from the field design and design management from different countries, today from Great Britain, Denmark, Belgium, Serbia for the first time during our Going Green Global Week. Welcome. And of course, all representatives of our very important institutions in Slovenia from the field of culture and creative industries. Good morning. We have extremely great honor because during this COVID time, our institution became a very important partner of New European Bauhaus platform. If I say what happened 100 years ago, 1919, 1920, the first school of architecture has been established. Our great names, Smith van der Rohe, Paul Klee, Vasily Kandinsky, Nagy, and so on. They created Bauhaus philosophy. Bauhaus philosophy, which gathered engineers, architects, designers, artists. It's really very important because this Bauhaus philosophy has been adopted in all European educational institutions, research institutions, and of course also in the link to economy. What we are doing on our Faculty of Design, we are doing quite the same because it's really very important that everybody brings excellency and great knowledge, and therefore these connections between research institutions and other experts is very important, not only for added value in economy, added value where we create new systems, new concepts. I can say everything what we are doing together, we can win. Why we can win? Because if we say and use all this philosophy, design school, for instance, art and design philosophy, where we gather science and art, there is no way that we can fail. Therefore, I am really very happy that the President of European Union, Miss Ursula von der Leyen, established this platform after 100 years, New European Bauhaus platform, and many distinguished institutions are now the partners there. And she said, you have here, I want next generation Europe to kickstart a European renovation wave and make our union a leader in the circular economy. But this is not just an environment or economic project. It needs to be a new cultural project for Europe. Thank you, Ms. Ursula. It is really wonderful. And of course, we are looking forward very much. This new European Bauhaus is platform, of course, very creative and interdisciplinary initiative, and gathered art and design, culture, and of course, everything and every project and every meeting or whatever, we all the time think about how to reach all that 17 goals of Agenda 2030. I think we are on a very good way. I wish you all the best future. Future is yours, dear students, dear colleagues. We, with many experiences, can help you to recognize how important it is to work not tomorrow, but today. I would like to thank you very much to make a step toward New European Bauhaus platform. We recently established international New European Bauhaus design studio, open space design for all the students who want to create a better future. Warm welcome and thank you very much.
Hvala lepa. Thank you so much for your warm speech, and thank you for your firm words. We will win. I bet we will. And now, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, spoštovani študentje, I would like to ask for a speech. Asistentka Veronika Gruden-Bolle, she's with us. And she's a Vice Dean for Quality Assurance and Social Responsibility. And I would like to ask her to come onto the stage. Please be welcome. Dobrodošli, izvolite.
Spoštovani gostje, predavatelji, sodelavci Fakultete za dizajn, cenjeni študenti, distinguished guests, lecturers, colleagues, and students of Faculty of Design. I'm pleased to welcome you both live and online to this event, which we organized, as we already heard, in order to support New European Bauhaus initiative. We are proud that the Faculty of Design was welcomed in this partnership in May this year. That proved that all our efforts we have made so far to establish sustainable and socially responsible pedagogical, scientific, and artistic practices have somehow paid off. In these introductory sentences, I would like to highlight the role of the faculty as higher education institution in this initiative. Since the very establishment, sustainability has always played an important role in the activities of our faculty. It is important to say that we titled our strategic plan until 2030 in the same manner: knowledge, creativity, and innovation for a sustainable world. The strategy emphasizes the position of the Faculty of Design as an institution of knowledge with a clear and binding integration of higher education, teaching, research, and artistic creation, whose final findings results, products, and services create sustainable changes. We are putting our know-how into practice in collaboration with the environment. In this way, we can ensure the flow of knowledge between students, companies, governmental and non-governmental institutions, and general public. Our goal is to provide our graduates with appropriate competencies that would enable them to actively participate in shaping the society and in co-creating better living conditions in a rapidly evolving environment. To achieve that, we are placing more and more emphasis on study curricula. For us, it is extremely important that students are able to critically assess the added value of concepts, products, and services for the society. It is important that they consider the environment in which these products are made and distributed. So if we think of higher education as pillar of development, social and economic transformation, we can agree that our operation and impact in new European initiative is of key importance. With knowledge, we pass on to students. With the creativity we encourage in them, and with the innovations that emerge in our partnership with the environment, we can create a synergy needed to build inclusive communities. I wish to thank you all for your contributions today, and I wish you a pleasant further event. Thank you very much.
As I always used to say, thank you, Assistant Veronica Grudenbolle from Faculty of Design. And now, dear guests, I guess we are moving to online, or going online, moving to Brussels, I think. I think we will hear some words from Giorgio Tesadri, new European Bauhaus communication team. Please be welcome and hello.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Giorgio Tesadri and I'm part of the European Bauhaus team. First of all, I want to thank everyone for this invitation. Today I'm connecting from Brussels. Maybe next time I'll be able to come there physically. Such a nice capital. I've been asked to say a few words about this initiative, and then I was thinking that 1 year ago we were not even talking about the European Bauhaus, and now after 1 year in front of the European Parliament, President von der Leyen, at the State of the Union speech mid-September, she referred to the European Bauhaus as the soul of the Green Deal. So just to give you, it's quite impressive what we have achieved all together during 12 months. So the initiative was born to respond basically to simple and complex questions at the same time. It's how do we want to live together? Is there a way that we can live together better in the future after the pandemic? Or can we reimagine our living spaces, taking into account values as aesthetics, sustainability, and inclusiveness? So we can talk now about European Bauhaus when we have a combination of these three values. That's quite important. Just to go back a bit, the initiative was launched in January, and then we had a kind of 6 months of co-design phase, a co-creation process, where we asked citizens in Europe from all over Europe, from different sectors and backgrounds, to come up with ideas, to give us examples, take into account these three core values, and also to tell us what are the challenges that they face. And during this process, we've built a very strong community. And thinking about partners, I mean, right now we have almost 300 partners, official partners, and you are part of it, of this partnership. And so we're very glad about that. We also have an online active community. And during this period, more than 150 events. And here I'm talking about independent and decentralized events. So not organized by us, but by all of you. And today, that's another example. It's how the community it's fresh and active. Another example is the European Bauhaus prizes. We launched the prizes in spring, and we received more than 2,000 applications. And at mid September now, we had a very nice ceremony here in Brussels where the two lead commissioners, Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Ferreira, awarded the 20 winners. And right now, we are moving towards a so-called delivery phase. What does it mean? We did make sense of all the contributions, conversations that we listened to, and we condensed all the outcomes and results in a document. And this is called the Commission Communication on the European Bauhaus. It's our, let's say, our guiding book that you can also find on our website. And among other things, I mean, it says a bit the history, the purpose, the aim, but also what we want next. So next steps. And among other things, you will read about the European Bauhaus Lab, the European Bauhaus Festival that will be held in Brussels in June next year. But also there is a strong part on financial support. Let me spend a few words on that. So to support these transformations on the ground, mind changing, etc., the Commission put forward a set of calls coming from EU programs such as Horizons Europe, LIFE programs, etc., of about 85 million only for this year and next year, plus several other calls that will be available. So I suggest also to go on our website to look and find all the details about these calls. But let me stress one point. All of this could not have been possible without our community, our active community, and you as part of this community. That's why we thank you again for your active participation. This event again is a very good example. Let me stress it again. Community, community, community. Otherwise, we cannot do anything from Brussels. So just to conclude, if you want to stay up to date, we have a website that maybe the organizers can share with you later on. We have an Instagram account that you can follow. You can subscribe to our newsletter to get all the latest news. And with this, I want to thank you again. I'll wish you a fruitful event. And please send us back some outcomes of these events. We are looking forward to it. Thank you again and enjoy this wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Hvala lepa for your ideas. And you can count on us. We will send you all the outcomes and everything. And we will keep the communication. So best regards to Brussels. Thank you so much, Giorgio Tesadri, for your words, for your opening speech. And now we are going to the honorable speeches. And first, I would like to invite onto the stage Professor Rado Buhinc, Social Responsibility Movement. Please be welcome. Dobrodošli, izvolite.
Good morning, everybody. Dear colleagues, dear students, Honorable Dean, Professor Nada Maticic, thank you very much for the invitation to be a part of this important event. What I'm going to share with you is I'm going to give you some comments on how do we implement global sustainable development goals, and how can this wonderful initiative contribute to the implementation of these goals. You can follow my text here. I will more or less go through the text, and you will have a number of numbers, figures related to the topic. Let me start with this. The new European Bauhaus initiative is a fascinating concept, no doubt about it. It combines, as it was already said today, cultural, environmental, economic aspects of human development. And it contributes to the question how to make the world better, how to make the world more sustainable, more inclusive, how to make forms of living together more beautiful, more sustainable, and more inclusive. It was already stressed today that the new Bauhaus initiative is an interdisciplinary initiative. It's a dialogue between culture and science and technology. Of course, social inclusion is a very relevant factor, and I'm going to add some facts and figures related to social inclusion. Let me repeat from the document the ideas, which are not just bright, but, as I said, fascinating. It brings together innovation, creativity, culture. It transforms the environmental, economic, and cultural goals for Europe and for the globe. It combines design, sustainability, accessibility, affordability, and investment. All with creative mind come together. Artists, designers, engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, architects, students. So this is a great approach. It's a great opportunity to contribute. However, not just to EU policies, and that's my point. It can also contribute also to global objectives. Global objectives that we read through United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030. I'm sure you have heard about the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development, so-called PPP concept. People, planet, prosperity. As a new social responsibility concept of changing the world, of facing the global challenges. People as a determination for social equity, so-called, human capital, to ensure that all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality, to reduce poverty and hunger. So that would be picture for people. Planet, that's a green agenda. Reducing manufacturing waste, protect the planet from degradation, sustainable consumption, production, sustainable management of natural resources, to take action for climate changes. And of course, prosperity. The objective is that human beings enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, that economic and social technological process goes in harmony with nature. These are the goals. What is the reality? Let me share with you a few of sustainable development goals. I will use the abbreviation SDG and give some comments in numbers where we are with this, what is the reality, and what we should follow as our future targets and objectives. SDG 1 talks about ending poverty in all its forms and everywhere. The reality is that COVID-19 caused increase in global poverty. Plus 71 million people are pushed into extreme poverty in 2020. The poverty rate is projected to increase, not to decrease, as it was planned before. The second goal talks about ending hunger, achieving food security and improved nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. The reality is that food security is on the rise. Population affected by food insecurity rose from, you have numbers here, 22.4 to 25.9 from 2014 to until 2019. The pandemic is an additional threat to food systems. SDG 3, health, to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all, of all ages. Progress is made here, but not enough. Needs acceleration. The rate of progress was not sufficient, comparing it with the ambitious in SDG 3 targets. Still less than half of the global population is covered by essential health services, so less than 50%. Sustainable Development Goal number 4. It talks about equitable and quality education. The progress was too slow in this field as well. Over 200 million, talking globally, of children is still out of school and will be in 2030, so in next 10 years. Remote learning remains out of reach for at least 500 million of population of the world. Sustainable Development Goal 7 talks about affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. We can face every day with the issues of energy, which are up to date just these days, as you can follow. Improvements in energy efficiency is far from SDG goals, talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The world continues to use natural resources unsustainably. Efforts in renewables are needed. I don't know if you've heard the data that only 17% of the share of renewables is in total energy, which is far from being enough. Then the 8th Social Development Goal, it talks about sustainable economic growth and full and productive employment and decent work for all. Global economic growth is slowing down in 2020. During the pandemic, 1.6 billion workers lost jobs. We can expect the biggest increase in global unemployment since World War II. And Social Development Goal number 10, which talks about inequality. Mainly, we are talking about so-called income inequality, but we can say also about social inequality as well. What do we think when we talk about inequality? It's an extreme concentration of wealth or income in the hands of small percentage of people. It's a gap between rich and poor, and this gap is widening. The COVID-19 crisis is making inequality even worse. Maybe you remember the numbers from last year that 26 people, 26 billionaires, own the same wealth as the poorest, close to 4 billion of population, so more than half of population and 26 individuals. The bottom 40% of the population receives less than 25 of the overall income. And the richest 10% received at least 20% of total income. And there is another very alarming data. So-called the labor income. That means the labor costs, the part of GDP that workers receive, has decreased in last 15 years from 54% to 51% in nowadays. And yes, the most vulnerable groups are being hit hardest by the pandemic, like elderly people, persons with disabilities, children, women, migrants, and so on. Urgent actions are also needed to combat climate changes and its impacts. I'm not going to explore this objective, which has been explored very much in every document, but the result is that the year 2019 was the second warmest year on record. Global temperatures are projected to rise by up to 3.2 degrees centigrade by 2100. And investments in fossil fuels continues to be higher than investment in climate activities. Let me conclude with the most related issue related to the objectives of our conference. Namely, I'm talking about cities. Cities where more than 50% world's population live, which generate nearly 80% of global GDP. It is projected that urban population will even go up to rise to 60% by 2030. So it's an enormous part of the world population. It is set in the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Ensure access for all to adequate, safe and affordable housing and basic services. Accessible and sustainable transport systems for all by expanding public transportation. Enhance inclusive urbanization, human settlements planning, and so on and so forth. The reality is that cities and metropolises today face huge problems like increasing air pollution, unplanned land use, growing population, living in slums, lack of basic services, and so on. 4 billion people in the world's cities face worsening air population, face also inadequate infrastructure and services and unplanned urbanization. And so let me not burden you too much with the data. And let me conclude with the following. What is the solution here? What is the outcome? How should we overcome all these negative trends? In one sentence, the way out is a socially sensitive and socially responsible bridge between the world of science and technology and the world of art and culture. And this is the idea of the European Bauhaus initiative, which is, as I already said, a very promising one. very innovative, and it gives solutions to complex societal problems. So bridging between science and technology and art and culture. However, I must add once again here, social responsibility aspects should be added. Green and digital challenges are urgent, but not sufficient challenges to transform our lives for the better future. Socially sustainable and socially responsible approach is a conditio sine qua non, not just for survival of mankind, but also for better world for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, it is all about the human development. It is all about how to live better. It is about the harmony that we should achieve. Thank you so much, hvala lepa, Professor Bohinc, for your words. And now I am glad to announce the next honorable speech, which will be delivered by the Vice President of the Designers Society of Slovenia, and I would like to ask Mateja Panter to come onto the stage. Dobrodošli, izvolite.
Good morning, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, students, and thank you, Professor Dean Nada Maticic and Faculty of Design for inviting us here. I would like to present the Designers Society of Slovenia, which has been trying to achieve almost the same goals as are the goals of New European Bauhaus. So I would do this shortly. On behalf of Designers Society of Slovenia, I welcome you in this important event which connects and brings together the design profession, culture, the economy and society in general. We are pleased that European initiative has highlighted the importance of culture and creative industry as that Slovenia is a part of these developments. Since the inception in 1951, Designers Society of Slovenia has always wanted to make a constructive contribution to development of society, to raising awareness of the importance of a quality environment and design in general. Designers Society of Slovenia is the only professional association in Slovenia that represents all design profiles. Among the initiators of the establishment of the association and the first honorary president was also the architect Jožef Plečnik. Designers Society of Slovenia brings together capable, active or retired designers from various fields as industrial or product design, visual communication design, crafts and fashion design, scenography, digital media design, costume design, photography and culture theories, working with professional sections. Its members received numerous awards and high international recognition that helped to the establishment of the association in the Slovenian and international public. Also, some of our members are professors on Faculty of Design. Since 1961, the association has been a member of international organizations. Compliance with the criteria adopted by EcoGrada is one of the fundamental commitments of all its members. Designers Society of Slovenia was the initiator of the establishment of the Architectural Museum of Ljubljana, now MAO, and also the holder and author of the International Biennial of Industrial Design. As an initiator, it participated in the establishment of the Program Council for Higher Education in Design at the University of Ljubljana, the Copyright Agency of Slovenia, the Chamber of Culture in Slovenia, and the status of artists at the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Slovenia. We are aware that well-designed environment and services contribute to raising the general well-being of society. Designer Society of Slovenia supports the European Bauhaus initiative and wishes the Faculty of Design a successful new European Bauhaus Day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for everything. Thank you for your presentation. And we also wish a lot of success to the Designer Society of Slovenia. And now we would like to ask for some words. Mrs. Urška Krivograd, she's coming from Center for Creativity Slovenia and Museum of Architecture and Design. Be welcome, dobrodošli. Dobar dan.
Hello everyone, my name is Urška Krivograd and I'm a project manager at Center for Creativity. This is a EU-funded project that's run by the Museum of Architecture and Design and coordinated there. It's been running since 2017. It's a cohesion project, so funded by the European Regional Development Fund and the Republic of Slovenia. And this is, I will read this because it's written so well and everything is true, first national business development accelerator and interdisciplinary platform for professionals working in the creative and cultural sector in Slovenia. So our programs are therefore aimed at strengthening the social and economic value of the sector while also forging stronger ties with other sectors and the economy in general. So what are the measures that we take for the development of creative and cultural sector in Slovenia? The idea is that we would like to bridge this gap between the creative and cultural sector with all its subsectors, ranging from architecture, design, music, books, film, and audio, and connect it more to entrepreneurship, innovation, business, science, education, tourism, and other sectors. There's two ways we're doing this, and the first one, very important, is the public grants for creative and cultural sector. This is done by the Ministry of Culture of Slovenia. And then the second one is the platform Center for Creativity. So these are the six goals that we do, and through all these activities, we're contributing to the development of creative and cultural sector. So the public grants are done in 3 phases. The first one is called proof of concept, and you can receive up to 15,000 euros for that one, and it supports projects from the idea to the prototype. Then the second one is creative startup, that's called A2, and it supports projects that are already on the market but would like to be upgraded or put into different kind of markets, and you get up to 40,000 euros for this one, and also you can employ one person, you have to employ one creative person with this project. The third one, A3, called Creative Connector, is intended for companies that are working outside the creative and cultural sector, but are connecting their work with a creative. So they employ a creative and are encouraging to work with them on a more inclusive basis at the company. And the third cycle of these grants will be published in a few days. So if you're interested or you know anyone who has any ideas and would need some financial support, you can pass this information on. The platform Center for Creativity has six aims and goals we're achieving throughout our activities, and these are product and service development, education and mentorship, networking and internationalization, research and analysis, web platform and presentation, and promotion and communication. As you can see, there's quite a lot. We have a lot of programs, so it's hard to go into specific details for each goal today. But I will focus on 4 important things for Center for Creativity. So the first one is our partner network. That's a network of creative organizations and hubs in Slovenia that are all working in a specific subsector. We have been doing this for 4 years, so we have an open call and we invite all the organizations that are working in the creative and cultural sector in Slovenia to propose their programs, and then we co-produce a program together. So the programs that they suggest are all aligned with our goals as well, and we kind of think of them as an extension of Center for Creativity's program. Over the years, we've done many programs ranging from theater, art, different kind of events and programs. Second one is our educational programs. We're trying to combine creative and business knowledge throughout our activities. The Skillshare is something that we've done for the past years. Also, Creative Accelerator is one of our important programs. It's a monthly online seminars or workshops that are ranging from different kind of entrepreneurial business-like skills, but are focused specifically for the creatives. And we've also last year started, or this year in the beginning, started with Creative Incubator that was actually really successful, so we will repeat that in the next year as well. And the incubator is an educational program, 2 to 3 months of intensive program done for only up to 20 participants. So the presenting and promoting is another important task of Center for Creativity. So we have our creative community in Slovenia and we'd like to present it. We do that also by having a showroom in Maribor, so we're not just present at the Museum of Architecture and Design in Ljubljana. We have our project office here in Maribor. This also acts as a showroom. We have many pop-up events there, and there's also a small space for workshops and smaller conferences. Another thing we focus on is our online platform. This is just a screenshot of our website. We're constantly upgrading it and are making it very current. We're also proud that over the years we've managed to create a big community of creatives, mentors, and partners. This, for example, is just an example how one creative can just apply and have their contacts and their description and the website presented on our website. The last one, very important part, is international cooperation. So we don't only promote creative sector in Slovenia, but also outside Slovenia. That's why we collaborate with other organizations. And over the years, we've been present at the Milano Design Week, also Maison and Objet in Paris. That was our exhibition, We're Open. We also traveled to Norway and have been to Vienna Contemporary, 3 days of design in Copenhagen, or Design Forum. Also now we were just at the Vienna Design Week as well. And this is our Made in Slovenia badge of excellence. It's a uniquely generated sign that's awarded to all the products that we think are examples of good Slovenian design. And we have now at the moment 90 products in this collection. They're all available to view online. And we're trying to make a collection that will be recognized globally as a good Slovenian design, promoting principles of sustainability and contributing to cooperation between the creative and economic sectors. And this is open all the time, so if you have something that you would like to apply for this badge, it's an ongoing kind of application through our website. The very current thing at the moment we're doing is being part of the Slovenian presidency of the EU Council. We do this project together with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is our exhibition, The Future of Living, where all of these 90 products that have the badge of excellence are traveling in different forms. So we have small, medium, and large size exhibitions. They're traveling not just around Europe, but also around the world through embassies of Slovenia. And we've been a part of most of the design weeks in Europe, like Milan Design Week, Zagreb, Budapest, and we're just about to open our exhibition at Dutch Design Week tomorrow. That is everything. Have a look at our website. Also subscribe to our newsletter. Follow us on social media. If you have any more questions, write us an email, or you can also ask me any questions during the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you, Urshka. Well, that was impressive. Very beautiful, nice, inviting pictures. We will definitely visit your website. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the presentation of your projects. We wish you a lot of success to the Center for Creativity Slovenia. And now, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, coffee break. Coffee with some biscuits. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Participate with us and now rest a little bit. And of course, you can talk with all our speakers. Thank you and see you in 15 minutes, please. new European Bauhaus Day, or how to build a better future for all. We are continuing this conference, this wonderful day, with expert contributions. And firstly, I would like to invite onto the stage the head of chair of the University of Faculty of Civil and Geodetic Engineering, University of Ljubljana, Assistant Professor Peter Lipar. Please be welcome, dobrodošli, izvolite.
Hvala lepa, dober dan. Well, I must admit that I've never been on a seminar that's going faster than scheduled. This is the first one. So, I think everything is ready. Okay. Okay, let's begin. I got this picture from my Twitter friends from London a week ago. This is a Charing Cross street in Piccadilly Circus, and I would like to ask you, what do you see here? One specific thing. Just 5% of the people are in cars, and 95% on foot. But the fact is that those 5% in the cars, they use 70% of the space, and all the others just 30%. And I think it's a good starting point for what I would like to tell you today, and a reflection on the use of the urban space. We are now experiencing the paradigm shift. The 19th century was my century, the age of engineering. But it's already gone far away. The 20th century was the age of chemistry and physics. And now, you believe it or not, we are living in the age of biology. And that brings some new things in our lives. We have now understandings about human behavior that we never had before. And this, I'm sure, will change how we see ourselves and also how we build our future. Have you heard about this book? Anne Sussman and Justin Hollander wrote a book, Cognitive Architecture, and where they say, human subconscious responses to the built environment. A major goal in a contemporary urban design is to encourage pedestrian activity, pedestrian and cycling activity. And the most important highlights of urban design, according to this, are the designing of edges, I mean in urban place, patterns, and shapes. I'm sure that all designers know that very well, better than me. You probably know this lady. If not, this is famous Jane Jacobs, and she said, very important thing, designing a dream city is easy, but rebuilding a living one takes imagination. So we need imagination in next decades. And I'm sure that designers has a lot of imagination. Today there is much interest in creating pedestrian-oriented urban places as a part of strategy to revitalize existing urban centers, like this. It's not Ljubljana, it's Maribor. Professor Gale stated many times that streets make up 1/3 of the city. Speaking about open spaces, 80% of the city are streets. So why I'm showing you this? This is a huge supply of space that can be used for other purposes. Well, I think it's no need that I explain you this, what are the benefits of public and green spaces, but anyhow, just mention a few of them. Reduce noise, mitigate climate hazards, social cohesion, and so on and so on. There's a good, by my opinion, a good movement going on in the United States for a decade. It's called Congress for the New Urbanism. They presented this cartoon, a very good one I think, after decades of mistakes when we were designing such roads, now comes the slow roll and new solutions, better solutions for vulnerable users, for cyclists, and for pedestrians. You probably know this picture in the center of Ljubljana. Also one statement from Professor Gale. People don't change because you tell them to, but because the environment somehow enforces them to. Streets are public spaces. That's a fact. And they play a significant role in the public life and should be designed to include public spaces as well as channels for movement. Of course, we must not forget the channels for movement. After all, I'm a civil engineer. I'm a civil traffic engineer. Okay. This is a nice place. I think it's Novo Mesto, isn't it? I believe it is. Tomorrow should be about life. So public life, inclusion, and human capital. Decision makers must promote places that invite people. Designers prioritize life and social capital in design. And of course, citizens, they should demand for more and more and more. And then we get this public life that we need and that we deserve. So from now on, some pictures, how those things are going on in the world, some projects and some places that were already done by this philosophy. This is Edinburgh today. A project for the Edinburgh tomorrow. I tried to find the same spot when I was making this PowerPoint. So today and tomorrow. Picture tells all. Champs-Élysées today, a beautiful place. But tomorrow, after 250 million work, will be like this. And this, a place for people, not for cars. Okay, still some cars there, but mainly for people. You see? I think the project has already begun, or it will be finished in 2 or 3 years. Copenhagen, existing situation in 2008, and look at this, the same place in 2014. A place for people, not for cars. Hague, this is an interesting one. Hague, 2008, they introduced water back in 2015. Completely new picture of the city. Dallas, Texas, yes, even United States, Dallas, Texas. You see a very important interstate going through Dallas, now covered with a big park. Yes, we have the same thinking also in Ljubljana. You see, this is Ljubljana North Pass today, North Bypass today, and there are some projects that it could look like this. Okay, just, Mayor was not here today. He should see that, because that would be maybe for his next elections, but a good advertising. Another movement, important movement going on in the United States is doing by Congress for the New Urbanism is called Removing Freeways, Restoring Cities. Highways to boulevards. This is San Francisco, Embarcadero, very nice place. Now, used to be like this. Before earthquake in, I think, 1985. Then it was an earthquake, this structure fell down, and they didn't rebuild it. They did a new thing. They made better place for all city, not just for tourists, but for also the citizens of San Francisco. Used to be like this, a horrible structure. Even if I'm a civil engineer, it's a horrible structure. Now it's like this. Big Dick, Rose Kennedy Greenway in Boston, 2008. A lot of traffic, a lot of asphalt, a lot of concrete. Now it's a park. Still some cars moving on, but mostly park, you see. Another movement from the Congress of the New Urbanism, freeways without future. Every year they predict 10 or 20 freeways that should be put down. Only in projects, but yes, you see here Interstate 35, Duluth, Minnesota. It's like this today, and the project is to be like this in future. A lot of greenery and less traffic. Scajaquada Expressway, Buffalo, New York. Like this today, in the future, like this. Parklets. They were invented in San Francisco and going on the West Coast and coming also in Europe. I saw them. They are also in, believe me, in Poland, I think, yes, in Krakow. But this is from LA. You see the picture before the introducing of the parklet and after. So place not for cars, but for people. Look, a huge work for designers, how to design these little things. We have also a parklet on Igriška Street in Ljubljana, but it's already gone because the citizens wanted a parking place there, unfortunately. This is from a thesis from my student, a master thesis. You see this remodeling of this degraded, let's say, space in the center of Ljubljana. Adding some greenery, traffic calming, and creating a new space, better space. You probably know, you've seen these pictures, Ljubljana before and after. We also made the big changes in our city. That was before 2013, and that is how it looks nice today. For the conclusion, I think that the role of architects, urban designers, city planners, and civil engineers is not only to design buildings and infrastructure, but to create invitations for life. And the last picture, this happened, I think, 2 months ago, big floods in New York. The nature took back what we took from nature. This is before the flood, and this is after the flood. A river came back in town. And the citizens of New York said, oh, we like this. Maybe we should do it, maybe we should let it like this all the time. It's a question for Mr. de Blasio, the mayor of New York, of course. So, there's still a lot of work ahead of us. For all of us, for engineers, urban planners, landscape architects, designers, whatever. And of course, I look forward to our cooperation. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Lipar. Yes, the age of biology, as you put, maybe this is an interesting one, but maybe we could talk also about the age of imagination, because this was the other concept that you brought up. Thank you, it's a very important one, imagination. And now, dear colleagues, we shall listen a contribution, an expert contribution from Assistant Professor Inge Kalan-Lipar. She will talk about the change of use non-functional and discarded green urban area in Ljubljana. She works at Interior Design Department, Faculty of Design, and I'm welcoming her onto the stage. Izvolite, Inga. Izvolite, Inge.
Well, hello everybody. I'm here again as, okay, I must put it so, better? I'm here again, but we've heard a lot of words, a lot of ideas what should do our students, our young generations. So I will represent the work of our students that was done in summer semester in academic with our students, our professors, and our experts. So I would warm welcome all the students that are online, and I'm so sad that they cannot be here alive, because I will represent, and I hope I will do it good instead of them. So let's start. I will represent, as I told before, a concept solution for the reconstruction, the students' conceptual solutions for the renovation of a discarded green area in Ljubljana. Studio for the development of public space remodeling Kardel's platform. These are the lectures that we were working with our students, Professor Nada Rozmans-Maticic, Peter Lipar, PhD, Ivo Koritnik, and senior lecturer Petra Kociancic, and me. We were working with 32 students in they were separated, or they were gathered in 6 groups in the course in the studio for development of public space. They developed conceptual concepts for the platform Cardels. As you can see here on the slides, the subject was divided into the 3 studios: studio for urban space development, studio for scenography, and studio for the development of interior equipment and public space. The green platform is surrounded by many different faculties, colleges, student campuses, and other public institutions, as you can see here, but these pictures were taken in time of lockdown, so it is really empty, even though per day goes through in this green part, 2,000 students, inhabitants, and workers in this let's say so, bureaus and faculties and so on. The aim of the conceptual proposal is to rearrange the urban green area into a different context. After monitoring, students monitoring and analyses and surveys, conceptual renovation solutions were developed. Purposes connected into a healthy and quality life in the urban city center, they would place sports and recreation areas, cycling and walking paths, as well as the concert and restaurant spaces which connect the entire park arrangement into a creatively designed space for all generations, both students and inhabitants that are here living around. So as I told you before, the studio was departed in 3 studios, and they prepared the concept project, graphic solutions, and selected attractive names and supplemented the ideas. These are the names of 5 projects, as you can see, and at the end I will show you, they did the film, the 6th group. And this is one of the group, and here you can see in the first part, they prepared conceptual urban design of the entire area, taking into account the existing architecture and greenery that was done. Here at the first poster you can see the urban organization, then there is the second poster shows the stage, and of course the next one. These slides will go slowly on, and I will explain you what was the target of this. The conceptual placement of recreational areas, running areas, climbing areas, and design of pedestrian and bicycle facilities with a bicycle storage room and rental shops. These are shown here on the first poster. In the second studio, they prepared conceptual stage design of the city space with an emphasis on temporary public venue, a pavilion with a catering offer, and all the aim of the necessary structure for implementation of given contests. The task includes a theoretical part and the presentation of the technical solution, with included elements of stage, audio, video, as you can see here, technology, lighting, and modern auditorium. In the third studio, they prepared 2 posters you will see at the end. This is the Bangla group, they named their work so. In the third studio, they prepared conceptual design of modern mobile street restaurant based on the concept of urban ambient, with the possibility of preparing healthy food for students, and the conceptual design of modular urban street furniture with benches, street lights, flower beds. And this is the last poster presentation of the 5th group, named it Park X. Josip, Ozbej, Luca, Jean-Luca, and Urshka were the authors. I didn't even tell all the names. You probably read them on the screen. And after my speech, after this presentation, Domen will show you the film that the 6th group, named Cardel Pavilion, did the film of their project. So just have a look and listen.
Cardel's pavilion is a large circular construction which takes the form of an 8 with 4 branches which lead towards the great and small circle. They are designed to separate pedestrians and cyclists from each other so that they can visit the Cardel's pavilion more safely. Pedestrians can climb the wide steps leading to the great circle. From here, they can continue their journey circularly or onto the little circle. Cyclists are separated and raised from the pedestrians. Their path runs around the great circle and goes forward into the shape of an 8 around the small circle. Cyclists climb to the structure from 2 opposite lying branches.
In the middle of the small circle, there is the Edwards Cafe, where walkers, runners, and cyclists can relax as they can enter it from both the higher part of the structure and from the ground floor. Around the cafe, there is a path that connects the small circle with the ground floor and the basement. In the central part, there is also an employee lift that leads from the top floor of the cafe to the second floor of the basement. The cafe is designed on 2 floors, which are exactly the same. We furnished it with tables of different sizes, a higher and wider seating area with a niche table and vases for greenery placed in the counter.
Under the Great Circle, there is an in-depth stage dedicated to numerous events, theatrical performances for students of the gymnasium and student parties. Construction's position allows visitors to watch performances or concerts from the top view. We decided to take the round shape of the stage because we believed it leaves us as the artists with slightly broader design options. We added additional option to the stage by dividing it into 16 parts that can lift it and lower it separately. In addition, it is also rotating, allowing creators to create events in several dimensions. The stage is also separated by the partitions, which for the time being remain a mere concept.
In the pavilion's underground, we place storage rooms, toilets, and dressing rooms with the access to the stage. They can be reached by an external spiral-shaped path that runs around the bar and around the lift. We place toilets for visitors and employees of the bar in the first basement, but in the second basement is an intervention path with 4 parking spaces at the end, which leads to the pantry under the bar. This space is intended for the delivery of supplements for the bar, for the various accessories for the stage, etc. In the part that winds around the stage, we have placed the changing rooms for the performers so that it's easily accessible from the dressing rooms.
We designed a complex whose roof part is fixed and the other models under it can be disassembled as desired. The roof part consists of 2 roofs at 2 different heights, which gives the whole complex dynamics. There are 5 individual models, namely toilets, kitchens, shops, self-service models, and a closed seated area module.
The idea for the lamp sums up the shapes of the structure, the logo, and the overall graphic image. You could say that it is therefore a synthesis of all the elements to date. The lamp is a very light stainless steel structure in matte black, which at different times of the day creates different effects in the park and thus different experiences for visitors.
We have created a modular system and placed several models with different destinations in it. The basis for the model is the cylindrical shape of the same diameters, which with the help of various nips can be combined in a large model. Thus we got 4 shapes from the basic model to which we added dynamics with different heights. Inside the modular system we have seated areas, bicycle rooms, vegetation throughout, water elements, and trash cans.
The Cardel's pavilion is the intersection of all generations. On the one hand, it encourages recreation and healthy living. This is reflected in food courts with a healthy food assortment, in pedestrian and cycling trails designed to constantly move around, and modular elements consisting of green troughs and fountains for a pleasant atmosphere.
While the circular form of the number 8, which is at the same time a symbol of infinity, reminds us that socializing and a healthy lifestyle are interconnected and intergenerational, which is today's luxury.
Well, I must just say that I'm really very proud and thankful for all the students that they did something like that, and this was the second class. And I'm looking forward, let them dream, let them be creative, and I'm looking forward working with all the students in next year in the third grade. I think they are really perfect designers. And I think this project, all the projects, I think they are worth shown to our mayor, because Ljubljana was and is the green European town, and I think we can have and discuss and maybe give him some good ideas, making better living for us citizens in green Ljubljana. Thank you so much, especially for my students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, especially to Inge, for this wonderful presentation. That was great. I would like to walk, I would like to cycle in that park. I'm looking forward to it. So congratulations to all the students. And now we are moving on. So we shall hear about the transformation of an important piece of Ljubljana's industrial heritage into a new public institution to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We will hear Renata Zamida, Acting Director of ROK Center. She is with us. Be welcome, dobrodošli in izvolite.
Hello, everyone. I'm especially happy that a lot of students are attending this day at the castle, since the new center I'm going to talk about is going to be very much open to you as well. You probably all know the Rock Factory, which first served as a tannery and was then later made into a bike factory after World War II. And it's actually another piece of industrial heritage given to public use after a total makeover, or after the reconstruction of the recently opened Cukrarna Gallery, which was once a sugar factory, at the end a Bauhaus. But the building of Rock will retain its original function in some way, of course adapted to the needs of the 21st century. So the wish was to make a public production space out of this factory. The Rock Center is a public non-profit organization which is being set up as part of the revival of the Rock Factory site. And the revitalization plans for the rock site include the renovation of the factory itself and also the conversion of the factory courtyard into a multi-purpose garden, a huge garden, in part also an edible garden. I also wanted to show the participatory development process which led us to the idea of what the new rock center should be. I'm happy that also my colleague Meta Stular is here with us today, since she was the one involved in this process basically from the start. From 2006, 2007, and then in 2012, when our pilot project, the little rock lab container based on the riverbanks of Ljubljanica, was set up as the first fab lab in Slovenia. So the participatory development process went on for almost 10 years and involved more than 6,000 different stakeholders, users or future users, people who live in the different people, and through this process, we gathered the information what is most needed in the city, where the needs are. This development process was also part of the EU-funded Second Chance project, and Rock Lab as the prototype was also awarded by the Eurocities Innovation Award. So what the Rock Center will be all about in 2023, when the plans for the reopening are set up, it's going to be basically a space open to everyone on more than 8,000 square meters. And as you see here on the screen, the ground floor will be set up of more than 1,000 square meters of common manufacturing workshops, including a cookery lab, 3D lab, wood lab, metal, green lab, a glass and ceramics lab, a recycling center, textile lab, which was all very important to us and the stakeholders who took part in the developing process of the program of the Future Center. You can see here the view from the riverbank, so from the Petkovškovo Nabrežje, and there are also some shops here in the front. There will be 7 shops that can be rented by individuals or organizations, but which will have to communicate with the program of the center as a whole. And in the back, so from the Trubarjeva Street, you see the green area, which is numbered 12, and this is going to be this big public park of almost 8,000 square meters, including public graffiti walls, educational garden, an edible part of the park, and so on. The first floor of the building will feature a new branch of the City Library of Ljubljana. So we will have a public library in this huge building, which also corresponds to the needs of the inhabitants of Ljubljana, especially of this part of Ljubljana. But we strongly believe that a public library as a very democratic open space will open up the building to all generations and different types of future users and visitors of the Rock Center. The first floor will also feature a big multi-purpose exhibition and social hall, on more than 600 square meters with direct access to the terrace, which you can also see on this picture, overlooking the Ljubljanica river, being, I believe, one of the most attractive new terraces in the city. And the exhibition hall will have the feature to also divide the hall up to a smaller lecture hall for different smaller events. The second floor, as you can see here on the slide, will mostly feature individual workspaces available to individual designers, creators, makers, architects who develop socially beneficial projects and will apply to an open call to get this individual workspace. Another 5 workspaces will be available on the 3rd floor, so up to 25 new workspaces for Ljubljana's creators, makers, designers, and architects, which are much needed and which will circulate. So the spaces will be given to the users for a certain amount of time, and then they will switch inhabitants. So this creators who will be using these individual workspaces will be a very important part of the future rock community. Since we want the whole rock center to function as much as possible democratically, also in decision making, participatory, and the community building of the whole rock center will be a great effort of our future endeavors. The 3rd floor will feature, as said, another 6 individual workspaces, but also, which is very important also for the Rock Center, 5 residential workspaces, but also apartments intended for international exchange. So there will be a residency program going on in the center as well. There will be the administration offices here on the 3rd floor, but also an open space which we called Experimentalnica, or the experimental room, experimental space, which is intended to be given out to short-term use for socially beneficial organizations in any field. So the Rock Center will be basically a space devoted to shared use. This is something I want to say out loudly here today for you to hear, to apply for our project partnerships, for the places to be used, to come and visit the Rock Center from 23 on, when we will open. Also through everyday use, since we are going to have drop-in corners for everyone to use. And we are looking very much forward to be able to open up a new piece of industrial heritage, shaped up, polished, into a space for everyone. So thank you, and visit us.
Thank you. That was really an inviting presentation. We would certainly like to be a part of rock community. So see you at Rock Center. And now let's talk somehow fashion. I'm really looking forward to it. We will hear not made in Slovenia, but make in Slovenia. We shall hear Petra Grmek-Grin, director of Zavod Trust, ETRI community. Izvolite, dobrodošli.
Hello, everyone. Oh, you skipped forward. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for the invite and this opportunity to present Make in Slovenia, which is an independent initiative, so not government-led, and as a response to the challenges and opportunities in the textile and fashion industry, particularly Slovene, but global as well. As said, we are a non-government initiative, independent initiative funded through membership and subscriptions. And as such is aimed predominantly at small independent brands, be it international and domestic, which want to develop their business models in a conscious way and in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. When we're talking about challenges in the textile fashion industry, we are really talking about global challenges. The first thing that we need to recognize is that the whole fashion system, global fashion system, is not sustainable. It is dependent too much on overproduction, overconsumption, long supply chains, workers' exploitation, and other non-ethical practices that we had opportunity to read about in the media the last few years. And these practices are really in direct conflict with the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the Green Deal philosophy that European Union is promoting. Also, after decades of outsourcing manufacturing to countries with, developing countries, we're also experiencing a shortage of skilled workforce in Europe. That is a problem that even our industry is feeling very acutely. Also, particularly in Slovenia, we find that a lot of manufacturers are dependent on low-value contract, and they're suffering from competition within the country, but also with competition with low mass-manufactured and low-price product from abroad. But where there are challenges, there are opportunities, and especially in the last few years, we have seen an increased demand in sustainably manufactured goods. Larger segments of populations are becoming more conscious about their consumerist choices, and they are prepared to pay more for a quality, ethically manufactured product. In Slovenia, we need to recognize one of the benefits, one of the maybe good things that we managed to retain, that we actually have a very strong, very old tradition, uninterrupted tradition of textile and clothing manufacturing that throughout these years we have managed to retain, whereas a lot of developed countries in Europe, they have completely outsourced, and now they are clamoring to get back. And also from the massive giants of manufacturing that we knew in Slovenia in the 90s, 80s, 90s, that have unfortunately been, was unsustainable to keep them in such large scale. A lot of small specialized micro-manufacturers have developed, and we need to be aware that fashion manufacturing in Slovenia is still alive today. So this is what Make in Slovenia is dedicated to. It is a platform dedicated to the promotion presentation of Slovene micro-manufacturers to foreign and domestic brands, as mentioned before, and promotion of Slovenia as a whole as a premier development and micro-manufacturing destination in Europe. The aim is to map Slovene production capabilities, so from small, independent sole traders, SP we call them, to the limited companies, to the big factories, to actually have a really good reading of what we can make still in Slovenia, where the gaps are, and make sure that before it's too late, that we ensure that these knowledge transfer happens to the new generations. Basically, I see a lot of synergies with the previous presentation, ROG Lab. We too are aiming to create a support system, a support ecosystem for the fashion startups of the future, and also existing brands, smaller brands that want to conduct their business ethically, in line with the 17, here are only 4 of them, SDG goals. And I would like you to take a few minutes to watch a video that maybe best illustrates our ethos.
Oh, hello. What? Okay, I'm coming. What? Are you looking at my multitasking active underwear? Well, it saves my time, saves the planet, and it can definitely save you. How good is that? Welcome to Ljubljana, a city only a stone throw away from one of the busiest shopping districts in Europe. Here we make our active underwear, from yarn to product, with minimal impact to the environment. And can you believe it? The excess energy created during the process is used to heat a nearby pool. How good is that? The material we use is sustainable, made out of discarded fishing nets. But how good are we in making the garments? Forget mass production. Materials flying from one end of the world to the other. Workers in inhumane conditions, barely earning a living. No overproduction, no overstock, and no end-of-season sales. Made by the expert hands of Vida in only quantities ordered. And if we exceed our goal, we buy another machine and employ another Vida. Vida, you like working with me, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Petra Green, swimwear and lingerie designer with over 20 years experience. You can pledge with confidence. As I said, this, in a way, in a fun way, illustrates the ethos behind Make in Slovenia and behind our endeavors that obviously are very close to our own hearts, to the point where we get involved in the production of, well, I myself, in this video. That would be all from me. I look forward to any questions you might have later on. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, Petra Grmek-Green. Thank you for your analysis. Good for good, good job. Yeah, that was very interesting. Thank you. And now we shall hear Associated Professor Tanja Devetak. She works also at Faculty of Design. She is an independent researcher and she works at Center of Design Research. We shall hear about trend or waste. We are looking forward to hear this. Dobrodošli, Tanja, izvolite.
Dobar dan vsi. Good afternoon to you all. I'm very happy to be part of this event, the new Bauhaus Day, and I will continue all the emphasis that have been set today, also the last one with my colleague Petra. I will be talking about the project that I was part of this year, and first start with the questions, because today there were many questions raised. And some of them, of course, are also connected to the fashion, the sector that I'm involved in as a researcher, and also as I was in previous years as a practice designer. There are many questions also within the SDG numbers of these goals that have been talked about today. And also we did a project that I was a part of last year, the Recycle in Fashion. Many of those questions have been raised concerning our society and the future of our society. First of all, we have to look about how we feel about the fashion, because fashion is a very strong and important industry, not just with the revenue, but also the impact that it has on our society, from the social aspect, psychological, anthropological, and so on. So here are some of the thoughts from the world leading professors and researchers on the field of sustainability from different parts of the world. What exactly is fashion, and how many people are stakeholders of this sector? There are many people part of the fashion process. And of course, I would say that most importantly, there are two segments that we have to acknowledge within the fashion sector, and that is the consumerism, the high and very demanding consumerism, and the other one is the inclusiveness, or better to say, the lack of inclusiveness within this sector. So those are just the general points that within this project, Recycle in Fashion, we have addressed. And as in every project and as in every thought and a single action that we do, it's always about the start, the starting point, as is also within the new Bauhaus and today's event that is honoring this initiative of the European Union. So very shortly, this project, Recycle in Fashion, has been funded by the Anna Lindh Foundation, which is supported by the European Communion, and gathered three partners from this Euro-Mediterranean region. And there were one common Maria from Palermo, from Sicily, and then Guzur from the Cairo, Egypt, and Center for Design Research from Slovenia. And this leads us to the question of the size of the fashion markets within these three countries. First of all, they are geographically dispersed around this area of Euro-Mediterranean area, but also they are really different in the size of the fashion, in the fashion size. First of all, it's not just about the revenue. Of course, in this sense, Italy is in the highest position. By the revenue or the data that Eurostat is providing us with, Italy is ranking 15 globally. Of course, Egypt and Slovenia cannot really compare to that. But nevertheless, Egypt, of course, is very strong in textile producing the textiles, especially cotton. They have 25 major companies producing cotton yarns and also fabrics. Slovenia, in this sense, of course, is lacking almost any textile production, which is, of course, essential in the future of the fashion. And also, it was part of our heritage. But due to certain circumstances, it has just disappeared. And Slovenia, in this sense, has a very strong clothing production, but most of all within the research that was initially done, we have also found out that Slovenia has some advantages comparing to the big and important, symbolically important Italy and strong Egypt region in a sense of its scale. After the research, the general research in all three partners countries, we have defined some of the objectives that we are going to pursue during the realization of the design process of the products. And I think we have to emphasize, as it was emphasized, and it is emphasized in the new Bauhaus, the design is essential, and we have to talk about the design within the sustainability goals, because the design will lead us, as today has been said and seen so many good examples, going to be in Ljubljana or are already going on. Design is everything because it provides us with the new ideas, initiatives, innovatives, creativeness, and solutions that will bring better world for all of us. And of course, also local and regional supply chain. We have to shorten supply chains, and this has been seen during this COVID situation, that long supply chains has caused many, many problems, which we as consumers haven't acknowledged it before that. And now, because we are facing, especially now with the energetic crisis, facing these results, now we are starting to think, maybe something is wrong with that, because before we just went to the shop and buy it and we didn't care. So the third important objective that we decided is something we have to focus on, is the importance of transparent and shorter supply chains. It's not important just to shorten them, but also to make them more transparent. And this later on I will show. We also have been looked through the research on the Slovenian situation. Within the fashion, it's very important to emphasize the handcrafts, and it's not widely implemented because fashion is really very rigid and conservative, and doesn't really, and it's not inclusive. Nevertheless, that maybe it's paradox towards the whole idea of the fashion, because it's very creative and it's changing, but nevertheless, it's very, very closed system and very closed sector. And something that this project has emphasized a lot is this cultural background that has to be, and it's of course connected also with the previous point, has to be implemented within the fashion system, within the fashion design. We have, as fashion designers, have to appreciate our cultural backgrounds and acknowledge it as something of an importance of bringing us in the map of this design world, so to speak. And here are the results of the survey that we did within Slovenia. So the research, within the research, and I will focus only on in Slovenia, The research has detected 45 companies, and we detected the criteria was not the production, but the fashion design. How much of the fashion design is employed within those companies, how long they are on the market, because this is also important. It is not sufficient just to be for 1 or 2 seasons and then you vanish. You have to be on the market for the longer period. And then detecting also some amount of the fashion design. So it's not just the production, but the fashion design, the design that changes the course of the fashion within Slovenia. So within those 45 companies, first of all, what we have seen, and we found out then later on that this is an opportunity for Slovene fashion design, is that they are really micro scale, really, really small, almost 2/3 of them one-man bands. So, which means in various, as Petra has talked before earlier, some of them are in the legal forms of so-called cultural workers, which is very funny because they are not really within the economic ministry, the ministry of, they are not under the umbrella of Ministry of Economics, but they're under the Ministry of Culture. So this is again with the idea of new Bauhaus bringing science, technology within the art and culture. So within this legal form, it is combined. And the other half, or the other third, is also one-man bands, but the legal form is like independent entrepreneurs, something like that. So, and they are part of the Ministry of Economics. This size, the scale of sizes within the fashion system in Slovenia has advantages and disadvantages. Advantages in facing or reaching the sustainable goals, that they are very quick in adapting these new approaches. They're quick in changing courses within their businesses. But disadvantage is, of course, that they are lacking the economic opportunity for enlarging their businesses. So it's harder to be larger. It's harder for them to have a bigger impact on the society, and furthermore, their impact outside of the Slovene borders is almost equal to 0. So it's very difficult for them to go even to European market, not even to speak larger. And we looked upon certain segments like minimizing waste, how they are using the zero waste or less waste production within their design processes, recycling, upcycling, consumer participation, which is, I have to emphasize, very important due to the size of the companies. It's really, really in a high percentage incorporated in those companies, and service with the product life long repairs. And I think the last one is really important in sustaining all these or reaching all these sustainable development goals. It's how the products can have their longer lives. It is not enough just using the sustainable fabrics and then throw them nevertheless very early in their life on the landfills. So how to make them longer usable and appropriate for the consumers. Then we looked upon design for the materialization and development of system and services. And here we found out that we are lacking, in Slovenia, we are lacking of the system of leasing and sharing. We have not been looking at the leasing of the wedding dresses, but everyday dresses. And here is nothing developed in this, really lacking development in this sense. But we are very strong in repairing products. which is again a result of the small-scale companies. So these small-scale companies can afford to give the opportunity to consumers or to have this service of repairs, and this is a really good one. We have examples in Slovenia, Slovene fashion brands that are on the market for over 30 years, and they're still for their consumers. They're giving services that they can bring their clothes, which they have bought the first year of their existence on the market, and still after 30 years they're giving them the service of repairing. And this is really something that we have in Slovenia Fashion work continuously on, and saying that this is our opportunity, this is something that we can be proud of. And it was already, this I have to emphasize, that some of those things have been marked in Slovenian fashion before, so many decades ago, before those questions have been raised European-wide or worldwide. And I think something that we have to acknowledge, that maybe these small systems are not just bad, but they have these opportunities in the longer development of human societies. Then we have looked upon the reducing resource consumption, like the local production materials. Here we are lacking again because the Slovenian environment, fashion environment, has almost none of the textile production developed. But we have a very strong, and for sure Petra knows much more about this, local production of clothing. Very strong manufacturers, small manufacturers, but nevertheless they are supporting this system of local production clothing. So we are very good and have a high percentage of locally produced clothing, but we are lacking on the textile production, and of course these supply chains that then are enlarged. And we are also lacking on the technological innovations, and I think that here educational systems have the opportunity to be more involved in the fashion practice sector. And of course, respect for ethical and moral principles are highly developed in Slovenian fashion, of course, and due to the already implemented laws which are protecting workers' rights and conditions. So here, this ethical approach, as in Petra's video clip was shown between the Vida and herself, there are these connections also due to the small scales, but also because of the overall law protection. And the animal rights as well, also within the Slovenian fashion, this has been detected as some of the priorities that the companies have been showed. And now the video, I don't know how to just clip further on. Okay, thank you. So this was the video clip shortage, how this workshop was produced. It was organized during the COVID situation, the lockdown. So it was a hybrid way of making these workshops, of producing the products. In Slovenia, we focused on designing the three products: the dresses, the tote bags, and the necklaces, all made out of industrial or household waste. And now I'm coming to my title, because the waste was the raw material for the production. How we can reduce waste instead of using it as a raw material. We used within the process of designing it, we designed products that use only industrial waste. And this was in cooperation with the association Smith to Meet done. And we use the techniques that are some of the techniques we developed, but also we use the weaving, as we found out and we know from the history of Slovenian textile and fashion or clothing industry, better to say, that weaving was one of the most important textile production within the Slovenia, and it is part of the Slovenian heritage, and unfortunately has been totally gone and vanished in our fashion today. Some of the techniques used and developed were based on the very small number of the equipment and that people needs producing it, and also it was still an open design process that allowed all the participants, so to speak, the consumers or the users, better to say, or some already call them the active citizens, to give their own design. So the design was not a closed loop, but it was an open loop, still open enough that the users can participate in their own creativity and with their own ideas. Some of the results you can still see on the exhibition. This is the photo from the municipality of Ljubljana in the center where the products are still exhibited. So if I started with one statement punctuation, the question mark, exclamation point is something that we have to follow in the future. We have to be determined and pursue all the ideas that we have heard today, especially in fashion, because we are surrounded with fashion and we are using it every day, every moment. So I'm looking forward for all the ideas that will come out of this project, Recycling Fashion, in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, for your beautiful presentation, for wonderful analysis. Thank you. Yes, design is essential. This is what we heard. And now we are going to, let's say, a completely different topic. The topic that is concerning the bees. Gorazd Trušnovec shall talk now. He's the president of the Urban Beekeepers Association of Slovenia. And we shall hear something about prison honey. Yes, you heard very well. It is a pilot project, I guess. So let's hear this very interesting presentation. Be welcome, Gorazd, izvolite.
Hvala, thank you. We shall start with a very short video first, just to get an impression of this project, and I'll then explain a bit about the background. So yes, I'm here in the name of Urban Beekeepers Association of Slovenia. We are working in a very conservative environment. Beekeeping tradition is very strong in Slovenia. And urban beekeeping seems like a phrase that is still very strange to a lot of Slovenians, especially more traditional beekeepers. It's to some it sounds like a nonsense, to others it sounds like a paradox, but to us it sounds like a perfect activity of the future. This is also what differs us from the rest of the beekeeping community. We are looking towards the future because in the future, as we all know, 2/3 of the world population will live in the cities, and we have to think about making the cities comfortable for its inhabitants, making the cities green, how to work in a healthy environment, which is our constitutional right, how to make cities more pleasant, more green. And in this manner, we are connecting with other institutions and individuals from other fields. We see this as an only way how to make a better future, and in the past we have collaborated very successfully with the faculties of architecture, faculties of design, and now for the last couple of years we are collaborating in different projects with the Faculty of Design, for which we are very thankful. The project that I'm about to present speaks about food chains. Last year we became a member of a huge European consortium within the Horizon 2020 project. It deals with food supply in the cities, and it tries to find new ways how to shorten these supplies, how to make environment more healthy, how to make food chains shorter, which is a very, I would say, hot topic of the future, as we all witnessed already within this corona situation. And in this consortium that involves 26 partners from all over Europe, we are the only one that are dealing with beekeeping. And since the beginning, I was asked the Faculty of Design if there is a way for us to collaborate within this project to help us with the start. And yeah, very successfully, we first founded a workshop that were intended to find a perfect bee stand. And the picture that you see is the proposed project that was finally chosen. Here I had to thank Professor Dr. Jasna Hrovatin. And there were many other proposals that were as good, but I think that this one finds the perfect relation within the parameters of the old Vitruvius, meaning between commodity, firmness, and design. And the student Amadei Bezaushek, I think, that found very wisely this relation, and thankfully we went forward with this selected project. The second step was to find, even though we are working, we are trying to find our new paths, we are still very much aware of this Slovenian beekeeping tradition and its painted panels and so on. And we try to find a distinctive way to paint the hives that would be a bit different, but still they originate in this Slovenian tradition. And since we have 4 colonies there in the prison, the four proposals were selected at the end. Although I must say that I like all of them. The next step was painting the beehives, and as a way of preparation for this. We did this in 2020 in the winter, and here already you can see one of the secondary or even primary motives for this project. It's a community building. We will try to involve getting as much as imprisoned persons involved in this project as possible since the beginning. And it was a pleasure to work together. It was, I think, quite a joyful workshop, if I may say so, within this institution. And I think it was a new experience for all of us to prepare these hives and build this anticipation of actual beekeeping. The second step was, and we felt somehow this problems of Corona with this supply chain, and so it was a bit delayed, but still we managed to set up the hive stands in this spring, and it was again, as you can see, a collaborative effort because these concrete stands are quite heavy, but we managed. I mean, workforce is really abundant there, and there was not a problem to drag them out in very old way, very ancient way, without basically using the technology. The next step was, and they were all looking very much forward to, was the actually beginning of the beekeeping itself. This is located in the males prison, in the open part of it, in the periphery of Ljubljana. It's on the Ik, and one of the objectives that we were trying to find was, and the reason why this project was selected, both bee stand and painting beehives, was because we tried to also to add some value to this space. And but of course, the persons that were part of our beekeeping workshop were all the time looking forward to this moment of settling the beehives with real bees, and it was they were really very excited about that. And since the beginning, this is also my principle, is to work with the bees only in an ecological way, to avoid any heavy chemicals and poisonous materials. And this is also what I told them at the beginning. If you are able to produce a high quality food, it's the same as you would be legally printing your own money. And I think this was also one of the motivation that got them started. And we successfully, I think, went throughout all the season with this approach. And basically, since the beginning, our motivation is for them to learn beekeeping by themselves. And I avoided treating them like children. For me, they were like grown-ups, and I mean, because I'm also teaching at some high schools and so on. And my principle is to interfere as little as possible, so that they would become, maybe in one season or two, when some persons will be released, they will have good enough knowledge to start beekeeping on their own. And one of the greatest moments of this first season that was just finished was when we had a swarm there during the weekend, and one of our apprentices came back from the weekend vacation on his own to help us with the bees. So his weekend probation was shortened because he wanted to save this swarm. And I think that's the greatest compliment that I have received all over. It was not a compliment, but I regard it as such. And this first season was, as we all know, this year, because of the spring frost, it was quite catastrophic as far as honey is concerned. Yet still we managed to produce some honey of our own, and they were quite proud of this. There was not a lot of it. It was a Slovenian average this year was 1.5 kilos of honey per hive. So we are just in the middle. I mean, we are just average as far as honey is produced, but this is they were very excited about that. And in the future, we will have a workshop with the Faculty of Economics, and we will try to find a way to sell this honey produced within the prison, so that they will have some more pocket money of their own. And this will be, of course, additional motivation to continue. with the honey production in there. Yeah, honey is just this last golden drop that of this project, but for me the motivation was since the beginning how to improve the life for the imprisoned persons, how to find a way for them to learn something new, and how to find a way to become a part of community when they will be released. Honey is just this extra price for all of us, and that's all for me from this. I'm very thankful for the Faculty of Design for the opportunity to work in this project together, and I hope since we had many different projects that we will be able to realize them in other institutions in future as well. Thank you.
Hvala lepa. Well, I'm dealing with words, and Medena celica, the honey cell, is really the best name for this honey. Congratulations for everything. And now we are going to Portugal, I guess, to the island of Madeira. I think that Assistant Professor Valentina Vezani is with us. She's a JIT Coordinator, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, University of Madeira, Portugal. Então, se a senhora é portuguesa, eu queria dizer bom dia. Eu queria agradecer a participação e muito obrigada e muitos beijinhos para a Ilha da Madeira, Portugal. Então, a palavra é sua. Pode começar, por favor.
Obrigada. Então, a minha apresentação... Não, desculpa. I'm speaking in Portuguese, but yeah, my presentation will be in English, of course. So, my name is Valentina Vezzani. I'm very honored to be here with you today and present my experience as design researcher and educator. I'm here to represent, yes, the University of Madeira, the design department, but I'm also here as a co-founder of Paco Design Collaborative, that is actually one of the partners of the new European Bauhaus. So I'm very excited to be here and talk about my experience as Paco and Madeira. Sorry, I have a little issue with my slides, so I'm keeping my finger on the slides to help you to see my images. So my experience within Paco starts in 2015, and Paco is an international network of design-driven practitioners. We really believe in the education and design as tools, means to get and foster social innovation and sustainable behaviors. My presentation, as I said, is about my experience as design researcher, and in particular, my experience within the Party project in Namibia and South Africa. And I had the chance to meet within 2015 and 2018 the San people. The San people are an indigenous population of hunter-gatherer cultures, and imagine their presence in South Africa is actually from the 42,000 before Christ. Some people traditionally are semi-nomadic, moving seasonally within certain areas of the Southern Africa, looking for water, looking for game animals, looking for edible plants. But from the 90s, they have been basically obliged by the different governments in the states where they are not all scattered to switch to farming in the name of the modernization. So walking with them through the bush, learning from them how they used to live with nature, really in contact with nature, and made me understand at the time already that the modern society has completely forgotten about how we human beings think about ourselves as part of nature and natural systems. So some people teach us how we can live in harmony and balance with other living beings and natural cycles. The San people's story, as the one of many other indigenous people all over the world, is a sad one, because for the sake of modernization, exploitation and land and natural resources, these people, their ancient knowledge of nature and know-hows are endangered. So isolation and marginalization are the characteristic of some people's lives in the modern Africa. Through this party project, this European project, myself and my colleagues from Paco Design Collaborative encountered and worked with the young son. You can see them in these images, as you can see them also in these images with different clothes and in a different setting. And we learn about their stories, their dreams, but especially their struggle in balancing their attachment to and duty also to bring on and keep alive these traditions of living in contact with nature, their costumes, their way of living, and the new life, the globalized world, the one of the globalized world, the modern world. So by co-designing with them possible sustainable futures for their own villages and communities, I became truly aware of the complexity that exists when talking about sustainability, particularly because it is not independent, sustainability is not independent from the complexity of socio-cultural, political, economic dynamics and interest. So through my experience with Party Project and visiting South Africa more than once, I had to step out of my comfort zone as a young white European and question myself on what I could do to contribute positively as a designer and educator to what divide what divide the human beings, and today what divides even human beings and nature. And this striking image talks about the inequality and poverty that exists still in many places all over the world. And still this image can suggest us that water, plants and trees in some places of the world are a commodity. So I formulated this question in the last few years, and I bring also this question to my student at the bachelor degree in design at the University of Madeira. How can we build a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient world? And when I say equitable, this equitable stands for just for human beings and community, but also just for nature and its elements. So through the project Atlantic Wonder, developed instead in Madeira Island with my colleagues from the Department of Art and Design, we understood that it's important to take a step back, learning to listen and observe, being in contact with nature before designing for it and with it. As a platform of multidisciplinary conversations and creative activities, Atlantic Wonder reflects upon the relationship between design and nature. Atlantic Wonder explored the role of design as mediator between disciplines and areas of studies and practices that concern nature. The island of Madeira, instead, acts as a testbed for regenerative innovations that could occur in order to achieve sustainable transformation. So through the research and teaching years, I realized that when designing for sustainability, as with educating for sustainability, it is necessary to learn what nature really is, understand how human beings live within it, and depend upon its vital resources, systems, and cycles. This means that designers must learn to change their perspective and move beyond a human-centered approach. So since 2018, with the first Atlantic Wonder Summer School, the research intention is to build a common vocabulary and a set of tools for understanding nature, stimulate productive discussions between different disciplines, and promote a social dialogue with experts, citizens, and policymakers. Both the Atlantic Wonder Summer School in 2018 and 2019, the second edition, and teaching initiative within the bachelor degree in design. This experience allowed us to start rooting locally a new conversation on nature while connecting with international research and activities. The learning by walking approach was used during the summer school and allowed us to invite different people, biologists, art historians, designers, professors, students, and walk together, share the experience in nature, start conversations, and understand our relationship as human beings with the other organism and natural ecosystem. So walking is an embodied experience that allows us to learn about a place, walking together means also to think together and develop a new sensitivity for the others and about the self and the natural environment. So for the 2019 summer school, as I said, the second one, we focus on bridging even more the natural sciences with design. And we provide the participants with a set of tools to learn about and from nature. So we had meetings with local biologists, we select tools, and here they are, and and these are tools that actually in their daily job they use to collect, analyze, and archive specimens. Instead, us designer, we let ourselves go with our own creativity, and we speculate on how our participants could change perspective and embody other kinds of living organisms by using some design tools a little bit changed, a little bit modified in order to put at the center maybe other species, vegetal ones or animal ones. So here you can see a few images where we try to merge the design tools together with the natural sciences tools. So Atlantic Wonder Project and Party Project taught me and taught my colleagues about the importance of fostering and nurturing positive conversation among those that own competence and knowledge. The complexity of nature and the complexity of themes such as sustainable development, equity, and resilience require really multiple perspectives. These research experiences speak about my personal need of learning. I felt that the experience as a basic training as designer was not sufficient for the contemporary challenges and debates concerning the relationship between design and nature and about sustainability. So myself and my colleague felt that the points of view from which we started had to be questioned. Many of the words we were using and they were contextualized in a way, had to be recontextualized better, need to be understood better. And I'm talking about words like nature, ecology, sustainability, social innovation. So to conclude, 2 days ago, I gave my contribution in a panel of discussion about sustainability within an international conference, and Stuart Walker, author of Design and Spirituality, suggested that maybe designers should not always try to find a solution, design something, instead take time, reflect, assess. So design can help in navigating the pluriverse of today's complexity. It can bridge and mediate the multiple perspectives. So I would say, to conclude, that taking time, reflecting, being in the place, walking and talking are really important ingredients to design for a sustainable, equitable, and resilient world. So here you can find even our Instagram accounts if you want to follow a bit what Atlantic Wonder is, and also all the activities of Paco Design Collaborative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentina. Muito obrigada pela comunicação e desejo-lhe muito bom dia. Tudi vam želim ne lep dan, ampak no seveda lep dan vsakem primeru. But above all, I wish you not only the beautiful day, but a very good lunch break. So the lunch break is ahead of us. Izvolite prosim na drobno pauzo, and we shall meet again at 1:15. See you. dear colleagues, dear students, everybody who is participating this great new European Bauhaus Day, be welcome again. Before we start with another expert presentation, I would like to call your attention to this beautiful and interesting, in gray color, fashion creations, these beautiful models. They were all made by the students of first year, if I'm not wrong, of Faculty of Design under the mentorship of Professor Tanja de Vetak, and I'm feeling just great among these dresses, let's say so. But in this beautiful ambient, I guess that we should restart with our thinking, with our great ideas and concepts. So we are about to listen to the presentation of interdisciplinary projects. And this presentation, it will be delivered by Professor Jordan Vergins, who is smiling here by my side, and I am inviting him onto the stage. Jordan, be welcome. Dobrodošli, izvolite.
Thank you, Blaška. Good afternoon to all of you, dear Dean, Professor Matičić, and respectful audience from Slovenia and, of course, abroad, dear students. Let me introduce just one case study of our graduate study course, which name is Managing Multidisciplinary Project. And, of course, the main purpose of this study course is collaborate for innovation in cross-disciplinary way. And this multidisciplinary approach is necessity for designers. And by the way, all professional background of all three professors that we cover and heading this study course is really different from entrepreneurship, economy, sociology, architecture, design, and this is something what could be very, very helpful to our students. If I can explain a little bit the nature of work of, let's say, our graduate students' teamwork in their project, we divided their work on a few phases, and in the first phase, like in a project management, they need to conceptualize their business idea, which should be really multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary produced. And of course, they need to follow all project management phases like concept, plan of the project, and then execution, closure. And in the end, we teach them as well for the pitching, how to pitch their business idea through the project. And of course, all these activities need to be exchanged with different tools and techniques and methods of work. As we know, they need to first practice the design thinking, and they go through the design thinking procedures. And of course, we don't do this just in the classroom, but they need to go out, they need to speak with the users, clients and customers, and this is the proof that they are bringing into the class their opinion, not their own opinion. And of course, they are the results of this teamwork in multidisciplinary manner and cross-disciplinary, cross-discipline approach is actually different type of project. For example, this year we practice, I will tell you just a few examples. Experienta is idea how to create a platform for student internship, which is really the problem in Slovenia, because the students usually they graduate, and of course they are without any experience and what actually the companies request. So this is the great idea. They did a great user interface through graphic design, and of course they went through the process of different models and modules. The next idea is about a graphic design studio, which is not a typical classical one, and is all about making the brand strategies for the companies. And of course, even this business idea has to do a lot with the branding knowledge, with a graphic designer of websites, And finally, they are focused on the main consulting concept for the clients. As you can see, there's a lot of things to do because within the process they need to prepare a pretty serious business plan. And this business plan consists of many different approaches, especially on financial part is pretty tough for them. And they need much more to learn about the financial part but this is practically very useful. And one of the things is, of course, what they tackle is the communication with the different professions like engineers, economists, ecologists, maybe artists, etc. They need to find the common language, the common code, what we say in a modern way. Then if we go through to the next idea, which came out very interesting for the market, this stage is home-based. We know that in pandemic, the more and more intellectuals are working from home, so we call it like home-based business. And of course, the flats and the houses where we are working need to be adapted somehow. And this group of students actually created the modular system of furniture, office furniture, which is really something special. And they are in touch with some companies which are actually at this stage prepared to start to manufacture this type of furniture. Modular system is very popular everywhere. We know it's not just to find out in IKEA everything what I need, but I think that our students are really able and creative and innovative to create such a promising product, market-oriented product in their office. And this is something what is the result of this multidisciplinary project. In the meantime, they talked with different professionals from different fields, especially with wood processing companies, which are actually giving them support to start to sell this type of product. You see just here is the render of this type of modular office equipment and furniture. The last one idea, it's all about ecology. I think that we have three brilliant ladies from Kosovo, which their background is textile, not the design, but they approached to the idea to start NGO in Kosovo, which name is Eco Platform of Kosovo. And they prepared the business plan in communication with 12 different embassies from Kosovo, and they have promised them to co-finance this type of let's say startup, and they will start with 70,000 euros. And of course, the idea or the purpose of this eco platform is logical, that they will actually try to raise the awareness level for ecology, because the country cope with many ecology problems at this stage, and not just ecology, even economy problems. And I think that this NGO is more than welcome. Okay, the final slide, it's all about the lessons learned of the study course. First, students begin to consolidate different types of learning, combining ideas from many perspectives. And there is a need of higher level of critical thinking across different disciplines. By studying across different subjects, students develop deeper skills and evaluation as they learn a number of different logical and creative methodical approaches. And they get in touch with the collaborative process of product design and development. They're using the technology across the range of subjects, which means that they need to be much more engaged with the user experiences. And of course, they need to foster communication, especially written and verbal, with other professions, with engineers, technologists, ecologists, etc., architects. and they need to negotiate and they need to pitch. So we are again, we need to pay much more attention to this type of communication skills. And finally, they with such a study course, they benefit for the future development, career development. The different professions complement each other, and finally, the ability to adapt different contexts and thinking models, because they are using the different tools and methods of work. And finally, I think that the future designer, it came out even from this study course, is going to the system that they need to improve the communication with other professions, not just because of terminology, but simply the responsibility of the future designer is becoming in the first stage very important. Just for example, when we are talking about how to become more sustainable, to reduce the use of material and resources, you know, this is something what they need, the designers need to take much more responsibility. Okay, thank you very much.
Hvala lepa. Great ideas. Thank you. And now one of the main events of the Urban October of this week, of today. We are about to participate to the new European Bauhaus design talk on the topic: what can EU do to help our generation create a greener future, and how can our generation help EU to reach the targets of the EU Green Deal? It is a great pleasure to announce a host of this talk. This will be, of course, Steiner Valade Amland. And let me say some words about our host, our dear guest. So, Steiner Valade Amland is economist, focusing on management and marketing. He also deals with design industry as an account director and later CEO of one of Denmark's leading brand designs agencies. So be welcome. And allow me to announce the participants of this round table. Professor Dragan Čalović, is he with us? Yes. He's Vice Dean for International Cooperation, Faculty of Contemporary Arts. He comes from Belgrade, Serbia. Pete van der Walle. Hello, dobar dan. He's an architect. Renata Zamida, Acting Director of Strategic Development and Programs, ROK Center. And now, Meta Stular. Okay, please be welcome. I have written both names. So you're from, I could say, ROK Center. Yes. So Ljubljana, Slovenia. Lynn Elvins. She's coming. Hello, Lynn. Design management professional and sustainable design advocate. She's from Great Britain. And Jordan Bergins, Associate Professor, Faculty of Design, Ljubljana, Slovenia. So now the table is complete and the word is yours, Steiner. Be welcome.
Thank you so much, Pascal. This is an almost impossible task for many good reasons, because the program today has been extremely wide and rich with a lot of knowledge and a lot of different types of knowledge. So it will not be possible to latch this up to all the different talks today. We also have a time restriction. I've been asked kindly if we could try to stick within 15 to 20 minutes, and we will. So I will start with a few reflections myself. That's my privilege as the moderator. And then I have basically two questions that I want to discuss with you. But my first reflection today is that this day has been full of knowledge, but very many different kinds of knowledge, a very wide range of different types of knowledge. And I think that is a picture of what design and creativity is today as opposed to 100 years ago. Bauhaus 100 years ago was art, architecture, and engineering. Today, it's much, much more complex. So I think that if we want to create a new European Bauhaus and leave a legacy which is as strong as the first Bauhaus, we need to enlarge this field much, much more. We need to include philosophy, anthropology, ethnography, economics, both micro and macro, lifestyle forecasting, research and analysis. We need to have a different scope. Otherwise, the new European Bauhaus will be a concept and not so much of a legacy as the first one. And somehow I also think it's quite paradoxical that the new European Bauhaus grew out of the European Commission and the President and their ambitions, and not out of the architecture and design community. And I also had a few moments of recognition during the talks today. When Rock was presented, you referred to the importance of the library. Talking about knowledge, I'm quite sure that is a wonderful project. In Denmark, there was a parallel some years ago where they also started with the libraries as a sort of starting point for urban development. There was only one thing. During the project, and while it was already committed, they found out that only 13% of the Danes use libraries. That came as a shock, but it was too late. They didn't have the knowledge needed before they started. Professor Lieper showed an example from Copenhagen where they took away the cars from a street, and that is true. There are no cars, but there are also no people, because that street is not the street which attracts people. So the only thing that has caused is traffic jams and no real extra qualities. So I'm just saying that perhaps we need to look inwards as a design community and ask ourselves, do we have enough knowledge to take on the big responsibility that the world has given us? So that was my reflection. And when we talk about knowledge, I'm quite sure that you will agree with me to a certain extent that there might be sort of holes of knowledge. But I would like to ask you, and you had some very good examples from your multidisciplinary project, but how do we encourage designers and architects to become more open to other professionals, other types of knowledge than the ones that they represent themselves? Dragan.
Thank you. It's a really challenging question. And first step is done. Actually, we are introduced with that great idea, which is in European Bauhaus. And I'm actually very exciting that I will witnessing development of that idea. But now it's on us. We are those who have to find a way to accomplish that idea and to accomplish that vision. So I think that we all have to start to cooperate. And you were right when you talk about cooperation between different disciplines. I totally agree with your opinion, and we have to include different branch of science, art, skills, and to find a way to communicate. And that could be tricky because usually artists are not used to talk, for example, with economists or with engineers and otherwise. So we have to learn our discourses, our language, our visions, and then to try to find some new approaches. So it's a process. It's a process that has started. But I think that we will learn during next years.
Stula, I don't know your educational background, but you are a strategist in many ways. How do you see this from the outside? How do you see the willingness and the ability of designers to work across disciplines?
Well, my background is cultural development and management. So, in fact, what I see is that we live in bubbles for the past 15 years, more and more. And what I see is that how to put the designers and all these knowledges together with other knowledges, not just from engineering, science, etc., but also from knowledge that is not coming from universities. For example, makers, self-made people who are also creative. I see this problem not as such big problem, because we can solve it with new inclusive public spaces and public institutions, and that is what we are trying to accomplish with our Rock Factory, with Rock Center. So we should give people a common space where they can meet, where they can talk. We should give them a common a common field of exchange. It's not just architects and artists and designers who are interested in making things. There are also craftspeople, there are also makers, etc. There are also do-it-yourself people, there are children, there are elderly people, etc. And we should give them tools to make things and put them together in common spaces. And that is how we can somehow put them around the same table.
Lynn, you work a lot with developing design businesses. How do you experience their sort of willingness to actually be disturbed by other professional inputs than their own?
It's a good question, and I think the term that you use, people working in bubbles, is a good one, and it's one of the problems. So when designers are working commercially, then actually one of the restrictions becomes their economic restrictions. So they're busy working on economically paid work, and sometimes that stops them from making these wider connections or having the time. But I do think, as well as the places and the different people, I think one of the points made earlier about fashion and the supply chain, I think that's also one of the processes which could help designers connect with the other people that they are then part of when they are creating the designs that they create, and then the economic systems that they're connected to, the consumer systems they're connected to, and all of the transport issues and things like that. So I think sometimes that's a potential thread that maybe would make sense, give them a connection with a process.
Mm-hmm. Pete, you're an architect. And in Denmark, we have a saying that architects are not master of arts, they're master of the universe. Do you also feel that architects tend to be a little self-contained and not so open to that kind of collaboration?
That's absolutely true. That's why I think I need to quote Master Yoda from Star Wars. We are the master of the universe. And one of his quotes is, we must start with unlearning what we know. And that's exactly what I think designers should do, because we truly believe we own the solution. And as long as we believe that, we will never get to the real solution. So the moment we start unlearning and learning from like a platform like the new European Bauhaus, where we see so much different visions, then hopefully we might come to the insight that we have not the truth ourselves, but that we have to learn from others.
And Jordan, you work with this as a field of competence in itself. What is the key to making them curious about each other's expertise and to actually start using each other's knowledge?
From my experiences, I think that one of the main issue or challenge for all of us is to raise the awareness on this level, because as I told Lynn and you, last time I had opportunity in few months to speak with some CEO, actually, the mid-level and big companies, and I do provoke them in a way, how much do they know about the importance of design? And they simply don't have any clue, about this. So again, the problem is how to get in touch with the common code, how to code the common language. This is like IT guys, you know, are doing coding the language. I think that we have difficulties in this, you know. And then you do explain them the principle of design management, and they, wow, this should be something very interesting for us. Wow, added value, value proposition. Wow, let's come train us, you know. So I think one of the issue is not just to, let's say, engage them in a design issue and try to broaden their view on design and design management, but as well, like it was said, you know, it's not just about the target group of business people. It's not about all entrepreneurship. It's all about the transdisciplinarity. You need to get in touch with the trendy societal values, you know. So get in touch with elderly, like we talk, you know, every day we can watch on the TV. What is the gap between rich countries and poor countries in the world? So now tell me, who will take responsibility for the common language, you know, how to communicate between poor and the rich, let's say, partners. And this is something that it's came again to the, let's say, how to design the communication.
So it's very much about language, and I think that's very true. And I talked to Barbara yesterday about the communication designers at Faculty of Design, where they have now decided to bring in rhetorics to help them become better at speaking language, which is not only designerly, but which is also comprehensible to others. Yeah. So that was the one question. The other question is linked directly to the European, or new European Bauhaus. Yes, it's fantastic that Ursula von der Leyen has chosen this this lever for reaching the ambitions of the new Green Deal, or the Green Deal. But how do we go from the new European Bauhaus being sort of a prestigious affiliation and an institutional thing, something that organizations and schools and universities and governments sort of subscribe to? How do we bring it from there to something that ordinary design practitioners can be part of, and where they can be part of creating this legacy after the new European Bauhaus, just like Laszlo and Mies van der Rohe and the others are the ones we connect with the first Bauhaus. It's not the idea, but it's the works that they actually left behind. How do we achieve the same sort of practical, down-to-earth, tangible output of the new European Bauhaus as we saw from the first one? I'll start with you, looking at it from the outside again.
Okay. In fact, I can look at it also from the inside, because we have, in fact, in the development process of Rock Center, we have used prototyping method. And that means that when we made the initial research of what the creative needs, of what the city needs, etc., we made a small prototype of 28 square meters. And we used it to test the research results, the new partnerships, the contents, etc., and the programs of the new big institutions that will take place on 8,000 square meters. On one hand, we did this because we didn't want to make big and expensive mistakes on big scale, but on small scale.
Yeah. Good design principle.
And on the other hand, what we wanted to achieve, we wanted to put this prototype in the street. We put it in the street. So sometimes people were like misunderstanding what it is about. They wanted to pay the parking tickets in our in our place. But anyway, with that we have achieved that many different audiences were coming to our place, to our small Fab Lab. And all these audiences were, in fact, participating in the development of this big institution that my colleague Renata presented beforehand. And I think that the easiest way for people to imagine the new futures, the new ways of living, the new ways of working, etc., is to make a model. and to talk about the model that you can touch, that you can use, etc.
So what designers can do is actually to make representations of the futures that we all dream of,
Yes.
so that we all have something we can use as a pattern to develop our lives by.
I think designers have the perfect knowledge of these methods, and they should just use those methods and like put them outside their studios, you know, in public places, and offer them to people and to communities.
Pete, how do we engage design students? Aren't they busy enough with sort of doing their stuff and reaching their individual goals?
That's indeed a difficult question to engage the students, but I think like also for events like this and international exchanges, the Erasmus Plus program, making sure that they get in touch with other disciplines and that they leave their small towns and learn from each other is a big opportunity for the students to get there. As long as we, also as teachers, as long as we don't believe that we can teach them everything they need to know, if we tell them go somewhere else, talk to others, and talk to each other about it, I think we are on a good way.
Dragan, you're working with design theory and the more sort of intellectual approach to design. Do you feel that is also part of the new European Bauhaus sort of concept and thinking? Or if it isn't, how do we make it part of it?
Yes, certainly, because it's all about a vision. So if we want to spread some idea, we need a critical mass who will share the same values. So if we redesign a concept of design, if we redesign a theory of design and a theory of art, and if we set a new values as something that define our time, then we can keep talking and promoting that ideas, and then maybe to trigger others to involve and to become a part of one huge movement. And if this movement is grounded on some important values, or if it supports sustainability, development, environmental consciousness, then I think that we will have success in our doing.
And what about the design industry, Lynn? Have they taken ownership of this project, or is it something abstract that happens down in Brussels? And if they haven't, how do we get them to take ownership?
Yeah, I'm also mindful that I think it's very dangerous for a British person to be talking to connections with a great new project in Europe.
You just dropped
one
out.
of the things that we are cutting ourselves off from, but that's a separate discussion. But genuinely, I think this is one of the problems. We will be cut off from opportunities like this to be involved. But certainly, yeah, my experience of projects like this and the way that they happen, previously, there is a layering of information. So, like say, institutions from Brussels are engaging with larger institutions, and then collections of universities. Previously, I used to be part of a local design forum, and as a design forum, we were then connected with, again, universities. But we would have to say to the practicing designers, do they realize that there are these other organizations and these other connections? Do they realize that this line of information and knowledge goes all the way up to Brussels? And they didn't. And so I think, for myself, for today, it also makes me think that next week I will have meetings with 2 different design agencies, and actually, rather than just going in to talk about the projects that I'm there to talk about, it makes me think that I will take a few minutes to say, not only was I in lovely Ljubljana recently, but I was there specifically for the new European Bauhaus, discussions, and do they know about it? I think I would expect that their initial response would be, that sounds interesting, but we don't know how to engage with it. because you have to have this connection of this layering through the institutions, which I think is an opportunity, and is not a criticism at all. But it's therefore, how do they connect up those lines?
I think I said on Wednesday when we had our conference that the new European Bauhaus is the most tangible mandate and the biggest recognition ever of the design as a profession and as a community. And I'm just thinking, how can we make sure that we grab that opportunity and actually use that, because it is a fantastic gift. Are we ready to sort of to receive that gift and to put it on a nice shelf?
I don't think so at this stage, but you know, like in life, everything is going into the process, and I think that if I want to, let's say, support with one idea, I would add one different strategy to this new European Bauhaus platform. I think that especially young generation cope with lack of many things, lack of knowledge, best practices from different countries. And I would organize as a, let's say, owner of this platform, the things like we are doing in, let's say, startup community with the crowdsourcing and crowdfunding approach, you know. And this would be something could be one platform place for all, let's say, who are in the designer or co-designer. I mean, the people who are interested in design. Not like it had happens, we heard in the last few days in Slovenia, we have thousands of initiatives, not thousands, but a few dozens of initiatives, and of course I need to check in every single web page what could be for me or for our students of benefit, you know, and that's why I think that in Europe we can establish kind of this crowdsourcing and crowdfunding for designers platform.
Thank you so much. I think my takeaway from this is that there are actually mechanisms, there are organizations, there are schools, there is a very broad ownership on an institutional level of the new European Bauhaus. But we have, perhaps through institutions like Center for Creativity Slovenia, which was one very good example for me of how you can be very tangible in terms of making projects and create connections. Perhaps the challenge for us all is to take new European Bauhaus, say thank you, Ursula, and then bring it down and make it a bottom-up project instead of a top-down project. And then make sure that somewhere in that dynamic we reach some great goals.
I think it should go from both ways, from bottom and from the top, because in many cases bottom-up initiatives, they really lack this kind of mainstreaming moment where they can come to the policies, and when policies create grants and other supportive mechanisms then. And I agree with you, Lynn, that in fact a big problem for many creators, from designers to architects, is that in this moment, you know, their main task is to fuel consumerism, you know. And now we will need a different system if we want to save this planet for other generations. We need other systems than consumerism, but we don't have mechanisms yet to give artists, creators, architects, designers free time to be able to do their research. So they have to spend their time to gain their money for their lives, and I think that what I expect from this kind of initiatives of this new European Bauhaus, that they, you know, they somehow map the needs from the field, and then they create financial mechanism that will support designers with their free time to do their research and to help to the better future. Something like that.
Yeah, and I would agree with this. I also think, you know, coming back to your point earlier as well about the language, because I also do believe there are different ways to make money, to engage with clients. But again, at the moment, we've got to have the language to unlock the different ways of working with companies that do want different types of knowledge. But at the moment, like I say, they don't necessarily know to go to designers to get that support. So I do feel optimistic that I think there is a new economy for designers, but yeah, at the moment, we're not quite sure where it is or the language of that space. But I'm optimistic. I think as designers, if we go out to find it, at least, then we can participate and find those conversations.
I think that's a good end note, and you give me an idea here. You can pick it up or you can leave it, but we've been talking so long about the triple bottom line, the financial, the environmental, and the social, but perhaps there should be a fourth bottom line, giving others opportunity, giving space, giving room to develop and to create the future. That could be the fourth bottom line. Thank you, Nada, and thank you all the rest for giving us the chance to talk about this here. I think that is perhaps one of the most important things, that we leave ourselves space to discuss it. It's not something that happens today and tomorrow and ends next week. This is something that's going to go on until 2030. So there's a lot of time to discuss it, but let us try to make it tangible and something that we can leave behind to the next generations just as proudly as Laszlo and Mies van der Rohe and the others left their legacy behind. So thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, I would like to extend my thanks to all the distinguished speakers today. Great ideas. Thank you. I guess this is the end of our week. Yeah. But it's not the end of the end. So I think we will see next year. I wish you an enjoyable day in Ljubljana to all of you, and see you maybe even sooner than the next year. Hvala lepa vsem.